Hello, hello, welcome. Hi everyone. How are you doing today? Oh, I still have my still my thingy. Hold on real quick. I'm gonna have to. Okay, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where the fuck is my? Yay! Hi, Ryan. Welcome. I still forget where. There we go. Controller, come on. If a mouse can aim, thank you. There we go. There we go. A campaign. Halo anniversary. Resume. New extender. Oh yeah, I forgot to load it up. Fuck.
The enemy has captured Captain Keyes and are holding him aboard one of their cruisers.
I forgot to load it up. Shit.
The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air? Corps issued me a rifle.
I always keep forgetting to load something out.
Supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship.
Real quick, I'm gonna connect it real quick. Platform testing. Alright, now it's ready. There we go. Now you can hit exclamation point join. Like this. And then boom, in.
Should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Keyes' neural implants.
Hit 'em, Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support.
Got it.
Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise.
Oh, where was a scope settings? Controls. Where's scope at? And accurate rewind, throw, jump, first grenade. Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck you. Also, you end up killing yourself.
Hit 'em,
Good on
Marines!
you.
Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the
Lurking.
hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right.
Okay.
Should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support. Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take take out as many of the Covenant as you can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise. Alert! A Covenant is making a run for that stationary gun. Take him out!
Let him have it!
Okay, how was I supposed to do that?
Hit 'em, Marines! Go, go, go! The Corps ain't paying us by the hour!
Stick to the higher ground to the right. We should be able to recon the Covenant position without being spotted. I've detected Covenant stationary guns near the next pass. I recommend using your sniper rifle to take out the gunners while I call for Marine support. Get ready to move in to support us, Sergeant. The Master Chief is going to covertly take out as many of the Covenant as he can. Don't open fire until you hear the enemy return fire on us. That should let us keep the element of surprise. Alert! A Covenant is making a run for that stationary gun. Take him out!
Let him have it! Hey, we did it! We're right behind you, Chief!
Alright, go, go, go.
Does anybody see him? Let's do it! Does anyone see him?
Alright.
Covenant forces detected up ahead. The path up on the left should let us sneak up around them.
We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. The Chief has the left flank covered. Recommend you move up the middle.
Okay, that Marine was a dumbass.
We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. The Chief has the left flank covered. Recommend you move up the middle.
Bruh. Come on, we can do this.
We'll hang back while you get into position, Chief. I'll find the bastard.
Cortana to Fire Team Charlie. The Chief has the left flank covered. Recommend you move up the middle.
Alright. Anyone nearby? Anyone nearby? Alright, let's go.
We're directly under the ship now.
Alright, man, what? We're gonna board that thing? We need a plan.
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies.
Fuck you!
We're directly under the ship now.
Alright, man, what? We're gonna board that thing? We need a plan.
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them and
graveless loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Contact! Enemy in sight!
Okay, fuck you. Okay.
We're directly under the ship now.
Alright, man or what? We're gonna board that thing? We need a plan.
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them at the graveless loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Contact! Enemy in sight! Crap! Those stationary guns are gonna tear us to pieces!
Alert! Covenant dropships are inbound.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck all of you!
Alright, man or what? We're gonna board that thing? We need a plan.
The Covenant use a gravity lift to move troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. We need to ambush them at the graveless loading zone and use the lift to enter the ship.
Contact! Enemy in sight! Crap! Those stationary guns are gonna tear us to pieces!
Alert! Covenant dropships are
Alright.
inbound.
Man, it's always something.
Shit.
That's for sure.
Alright.
Fire! Got it. Get up.
Okay, how am I supposed to do that?
I need more ammo. How'd that feel? Nice one. Get up. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, just a little more.
Secure the area. Let's square away the grav lift. Marines, prepare for boarding action.
Cortana to Echo 419. We've reached the gravity lift and are ready for reinforcements.
Copy that, Cortana. Hold tight, gentlemen. Bowhammer out.
Once we're inside the ship, I can home in on the captain's command neural interface. He'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
Let's go.
Echo 419 inbound. Clear the drop zone.
Alright, let's go. Ooh. Everyone's going to heaven!
We're in. I've got a good lock on the captain's CNI transponder. No Covenant defenses detected.
What? There's no covenant here. Think maybe nobody's home. Whoa! Contact! Lots of contact! Ooh! No covenant. Get cocky now. Ow! Bird! Sorry! Right on! Cover me! I got
What the fuck?
Covenant bastard! Nice one of
Alright. go, go. Alright.
Watch it!
Okay, come on.
That'll teach him. Oh yeah. Roger that.
Fuck you!
No covenant. You had to open your mouth. Going after him. Don't let him get away. There's another one. Look at him fly. Got him. Don't get cocky. My fault.
Fuck you!
Lots of contact. No covenant. You had to open your mouth. Well done, Marine. All right. Won't mess with us again. Yeah, straight. That one's down. Leave some for me. Ah, the bird. See, they're not so tough. Bueno, amigo. Bueno.
We could use the side passages to find a way around.
We'd be sitting ducks in that narrow space. You can hold this position if you can find a way around and open the door from the other side.
Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door.
Alright. Alright, alright.
locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in the room.
Fuck you!
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door? I can't bypass it. We can't get through here.
We could use the side
Alright,
passages
alright.
to find a way around.
I'm gonna take a banana split. I'm gonna chat behavior. Yeah, We're having possible. Ooh, that's nice. Hopefully, someone doesn't fight you. Yeah. And yes, I will fuck you.
We'd be sitting ducks in that narrow space.
So, alright.
Wait, that's the locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room. Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door.
Can I not be killed for 2 fucking seconds?
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door? The door's locked, sir. I can't bypass it. Can't get through here.
We could use the side passages to find a way around.
We'd be sitting ducks in that narrow space. We can hold this position.
Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door. Wait, that's the locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room.
Fuck you! Fuck you!
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door?
Oh yeah.
The door's locked, sir. I can't bypass it. We can't get through here.
We could use the side passages to find a way around.
Find a better weapon around here. Here is. Alright.
Wait, that's the locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room. Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door.
Alright. Go, 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 go. Every fucking time!
We better keep moving.
Chief, let's see if we can find a way to open this door. The locked door down there. The Marines are waiting on the other side. The controls to open it must be somewhere in this room.
Fuck you! How the fuck are you supposed to get past that?
The door's locked, sir. You can't bypass it. You can't get through it.
Slowly. Fuck you! Piece of fucking shit!
We better keep moving. How about that door?
Medic! Man down!
Alright. I had to. Fuck you!
Area secure, sir. We better keep moving. How about that door? Try aiming that weapon! What the hell?
Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna have to do this carefully. I have an idea. You fuck off! Where was it? It was... No, there was invisibility thingamajigs. So I saw them. Hmm. Alright, alright. We gotta at least get past this. Seriously. Oh, I turned the Wi-Fi off. Phone. I'm gonna be viewing a stream on my phone. Alright. Come on. Thank you. Alright, fuck. Okay. Pardon. Alright, you can do this. You can do this.
Wait, that's the locked door down there. The tools to open it must be somewhere in this room.
Okay. Fuck. Hey, back up, back up. Fuck you! you!
All clear, sir.
We should get moving.
All right, everybody stay cool.
Back me up.
I'm right behind you. You can't hide from me.
I'm on it. Keep it up.
Do you see him? Where are they?
Your visor. Handle your anger.
Alright. Where do we go? Where do we go? Over here? Okay. Sure, just it. Nothing. Oh. Alright, alright.
You're almost a man.
Alright. Come on, come on.
I'm hit.
Alright, alright, alright.
Going after him.
What the? Don't lose him. You like that? Don't be cocky now.
Like that.
Nice shot.
Shit, shit, shit.
Hey, which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
Working on it.
I'd like to see
All
you
right.
crack a hunt.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Contest, motherfucker!
𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚! Hey! What the?
Okay. Alright, come on, come on. Orange skull unlocked. I got a skull? Nice.
Baby!
Back me up.
What the? Hey, where should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack 128,000-bit modulator.
Cover me. Don't lose him.
More of them.
Alright, alright, alright. More. I'm a fucking dumbass. Fuck you! Who the fuck threw that? Fucking Marine! Alright, alright.
Watch your fire, boy. Covering fire. That burned. I'm hit. Yeah, man. That's the way to do it.
Hey, which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an
Overshield,
override code to open a
nice.
door. Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack 100.
There he is!
I see him.
I'm a fucking dumbass! Fuck, there should be a fucking checkpoint here! Motherfuckers!
Hit the dirt.
Fuck you! God damn it, Marine!
Fire in the hole! Leader, I'm hurt bad.
Cover fire.
Where the fuck is...
That burned.
Hey, which way should we go now? Doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
see you crack.
Fuck you! Piece of fucking shit!
There's no stopping me! Got me. Does anyone see him? Whoa! Over here. Nailed it.
Hey, which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack a 128,000-bit modulating encryption key.
Alright, come on. Where is he? Fuck you! Piece of fucking shit! Jesus fuck! Nervous steel, quick trigger, shoot the prevail. Yep.
Covenant bastard! That can't be all of them. Damn straight.
Shit.
Is that the best you could do?
Let out, Marine! Look out!
I've had enough of these crap.
Hey, which way should we go now? All the doors on this level are locked.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door.
You better hurry, Cortana. We can't hold them off all day.
Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack.
We showed them.
Fuck you! What the fuck?
Fire in the hole!
Wait, come on, can't be failing this.
I'm ready to die! Blue, more! One agent down! Firing! More! wants a piece of me? What the? Over here.
Wait a moment. I'm going to access the Covenant BattleNet and locate an override code to open a door. Working on it.
I'd like to see you crack 128,000-bit modulating.
Alright, no. Ours are at this for almost 2 hours now. Unlimited items. Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, what do you mean? Options, careers. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Hoorah! Welcome, welcome. See here. Okay, that looks cool. I've been at one mission for almost pretty much 2 hours. And I was like, maybe this is enough. Okay, that's cool. Visor? What kind of visor do I have? Don't think... Lol. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙀, that's fucking cool. Okay, why not? Right shoulder. So what we have here. Duke. Left shoulder, let's see what we have here. It's going good, and how are you, cutie? The beast. Colors. I'm gonna have it as steel or stage. Okay, that looks cool. ODST? I don't have anything unlocked for ODST. Gold, why not? Halo 4 helmet. Okay, that's cool. Oh, we're making the Master Chief in this. Because why not? Okay. Some of it looks cool. Steel and Sage. No, should we just have Master Chief and Brown, Steel, or Maroon? Gear. Master Chief, I've learned in years that Halo constantly moving is covered like any FPS games quite. That Halo and Pistol Magnums. Yeah, the Magnum is also like very powerful in the original release of Halo. However, for Master Chief Collection, they actually nerfed the Magnum pistol a lot, so it's not really viable at the moment. I literally have nothing unlocked for this. Personally, I otherwise use my style that is marksman sniper. That's what I use usually. For me, I use the assault rifle with the needler. Assault, yeah, it is. Oh, I can customize this. Why not? I want to see what it is. SK, TK, 117. There's a lot of shapes. Here, Reach is only what stuff you want stuff unlocked since it's only through campaign uses custom. That is true. That is true. Unfortunately, I don't have Xbox Live to do some co-op with. What should I? What do we have here? Also, like, why not? Why not this? Avatar. Ooh. Actually, 1, 6, Cortana 5. Server ID 6. UNSC. Tag editing unlocked. Damn. Okay, I remember this Hail CE play on 15th of any month. The turkey one. Aussie, fuck it, Clippy. We all love Clippy. Ooh. I don't think they have smart ops in MCC. I don't think so either. I think it's exclusive to those games. But yeah. I think what I'm gonna do is take an hour to just be in again to do YouTube reactions. Fuck you then. Alright. Alright. I'll be right back. I'll get everything set up. Alright? Matane, we're gonna be doing YT reactions for an hour or so. Alright? Also, yay, thank you. I should probably just keep avatars on throughout the intermissions. Oh, what? Alright, we're back in Blitzies. Ooh. That and make sure the thingamabob is good. There we go. I made my character look like Greek sperm. Nice. I kind of make my smart like I used to do the black and gold color scheme because that was my favorite at the time. Now my favorite is black and red or black and maroon. But yeah. Alright, let's see here. Ooh, speed running. And alright. Here we go. Aw. I'm glad you're enjoying everything here. I haven't figured out all the commands for stream avatars, but yeah. Honestly, I make that guy working in the first place. I literally had to follow a guide in order to get it to work. Yeah. Yep. Mm. Ooh. Mm. 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 Oof. Mm. Mm. Yep. Mm. Yep. Okay, so chat, I'm gonna have the video play for a minute while I just get my lunch, get some lunch ready. As okay, everyone knows I need it. Wait, what time is it? When's the last time I ate lunch? It was around. No, it wasn't breakfast. It was around. It was around 11. So, one. Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to have some lunch. All right, I'll be right back, and I'll just play with it for a minute. All right, chat. Matinee. On just before that, just before I go, I don't want to like miss any of the story, so. What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck is going on? What the fuck was going on with?
Anakin essentially repeats
Okay, so I don't know what was going on with that. Alright.
what he said to Windu. His memory.
Alright, so there we go. Wait, so, oh my god. Please don't tell me. Hold on, the entire time that I was playing Halo CE, the desktop audio was actually all fucked up? Oh my fucking god. Wait, Gracer, yeah, Gracer is here. Here. Yes, Grace is here. What? But yeah, everyone knows I probably need to. No. And and then you need to go make something to eat real quick. All right, matinee.
Trials through the fan-made 200cc mode or in Versus and Grand Prix races. 31 tracks, except one. This is Mario Circuit 3. As it is a remake from the very first Mario Kart game, the problem with the track is that it is completely flat, so there are no elevation changes that could be used to save time. There are relatively few objects on the track that could be interacted with. These include some pipes scattered throughout the track and the 2 finish line poles that could potentially be used to clip off of. The rest are just invisible walls surrounding the entire track. And these walls are high. So high in fact that it is virtually impossible to surpass them with current game knowledge. Nevertheless, task developments would be made for the circuit. But how did taskers tackle the track despite all of these limitations? Welcome to the tasking history of Mario Circuit 3. The first ever task created on the track was a 118.318 published by 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 in 2010. Sadly, the run doesn't have any surviving footage. It was quite similar to the real-time or RTA record at the time, a 118.372 by Nobuo. Both runs use Daisy on the Mark bike, which excels due to its combination of high speed, good handling and long mini-turbo duration. General driving on here is pretty straightforward. You wanna take each turn as tight as possible while charging a mini-turbo around all of them. Each of the 3 mushrooms provided for time trials is used at turn 5 to cut through the off-road and skip the turn. These methods combined leave you with a time in the low 118s. Only 11 days later, another task on the track was published, by the most dominating tasker in the early stages, 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗. 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 created tasks for over 24 tracks in the game. He primarily created ones for the flap or fastest lap category, where the goal is to complete 1 lap on a track as fast as possible. And for his 22nd track, he chose Mario Circuit 3 to create a BKT on. BKT stands for Best Known Time and is essentially the equivalent terminology for a world record in human time trials. An old surviving video of his run showcases his flap time of 23.899. Quite decent for the tasking standards back then, beating the RTA flap world record at the time by 53 milliseconds. A flap run has 2 additional mushrooms to spare for a single lap. The first one was used on the second turn to cut through the off-road. This leaves you with a decent angle to take another shortcut right afterwards, cutting off the long third turn in the process. The task's driving was still very similar to what human driving had looked like, simply because of the limited tasking tools available at the time. Around 3 months later, the second ever 3-lap task was made, by a familiar face in the Mario Kart community. At the time, he was already a multiple world record holder for Mario Kart DS, when MK Dasher posted a 3-lap time of 118.116.
I'm back and boy. Maybe not. What the fuck? Why did I? No. There we go.
To pet
Alright, there we go.
pregnancy, and finally that he's been having nightmares of her dying in childbirth. The council sat in silence for a moment after Anakin finished telling them everything. No one could truly believe it. It didn't make any sense. Anakin was the chosen one and meant to bring peace to them all, but this whole time he's had a wife and soon a child. Mace Windu asked him directly why he trusted such visions, and Anakin said because they felt exactly like the dreams he had of his mother before she died, and he was too late to save her. Yoda leaned forward and told Anakin that fear of loss is a path to the dark side, that if he clings too hard he will bring about the very thing that he fears. 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 shook his head and said that attachment is forbidden for this very reason. The Jedi cannot let love blind them from their duty. Anakin let his emotions take over and snapped back at Mundi, condemning his opinion under the fact that 𝙂𝙗𝙗𝙗𝙗 had 4 wives of his own and therefore should have no say in this conversation. The Jedi calmed Anakin and he apologized, but it was clear what emotional state he was in. Anakin said that love is not weakness, that without love, there is no life, and that the Jedi do not understand this because they have never had someone they would do anything to protect. Plo Koon told him that the Force is not meant to be controlled for selfish ends, that visions can be false and dangerous, and that sometimes the Force shows only possibilities, not truths. But Anakin said that was too great a risk, that Padme was carrying his child, and he could not sit back and do nothing. Yoda told him that letting go was the only way to find peace, but Anakin cried out that peace was useless if his wife and children died. This back and forth continued for over an hour as they tried to come to a reasoned conclusion. Everyone had different thoughts, but Anakin stood in the center, essentially only taking one answer as the truth. But before anyone could say anything more, the doors to the council chambers burst open and Obi-Wan walked in. He had just returned from Utapau and killed General Grievous. He looked at Anakin, then at the council, and asked what had happened. Windu explained that Skywalker had spoken of having visions of Senator Padme Amidala dying, and that Palpatine had promised to save her, and this was why Anakin had almost fallen to the Sith. Obi-Wan's face fell, and for a moment he was speechless. Plo Koon leaned forward and asked Anakin when the last time he had a vision of Padme was, and Anakin said 2 days ago. Yoda then asked how frequent these visions were before that, and Anakin admitted that for about a week he had had them every few hours, never leaving his mind, tormenting him day and night. Master Windu said that it was possible that Palpatine had planted these visions in Anakin's mind, to draw him closer to the dark side, to make him his new apprentice. The other masters nodded slowly, the idea making sense to them, and even Anakin stopped to think. It did make sense, he thought. Palpatine had spent over a decade manipulating him as a mentor, befriending him, and when he thought about their conversations, well, they weren't necessarily pro-Jedi. This was essentially the council accepting that the vision wasn't true, but Anakin couldn't accept that. What if it was not a lie? What if the visions were true? He could not take that chance. He shook his head and told the council that even if the visions were false, he would not forgive himself if he did nothing and they turned out to be real. He said he must find a way to protect Padme. The council sat and thought until Obi-Wan told the council that he will accompany Anakin to the restricted section to look through the Jedi archives. Maybe he will find something there. The masters looked at each other and then at Yoda, who reluctantly approved this and told the master and apprentice they could go. So Anakin and Obi-Wan go to the Jedi archives where Kenobi uses his rank as Jedi Master to open the restricted section. As they walked inside, Anakin was amazed at what he was seeing. Hundreds of rows of ancient texts, rooms full of holochroms. He couldn't believe it. His entire life he had been dreaming of coming into this room. It was always treated like a myth when he was a youngling and Padawan, but now he's in here. Both of them begin scanning the rows of texts, seeing what they can find. Anakin broke the silence by telling Obi-Wan that he had already made a decision, that once all of this was over and Padme was safe, he was going to leave the Order. Obi-Wan stopped and looked at him with shock, saying that Anakin could not simply turn his back on the Jedi, that the galaxy still needed him. But Anakin shook his head and said it was alright. He didn't need the Jedi anymore. He just needed Padme and the life they could have together. He said that he wanted to raise their child without hiding, to live in peace, not in fear of someone finding out about them. Obi-Wan sighed, and though he wanted to fight him on this, he simply nodded, saying that if this was truly Anakin's choice, then he would not stand in the way and would support him. As they walked deeper into the archives, Anakin thought back to the moment he and Padme were married in secret on Naboo, hoping that it would spark his senses and he would find something. But suddenly, Anakin's comlink buzzed. When Anakin answered it, Padme spoke. She said that she had gone into labor, the baby was coming and they had no time left. Panic shot through Anakin as he turned to Obi-Wan, fear flashing across his face. But Obi-Wan didn't hesitate. He told Anakin they needed to go at once, and together they left the Jedi Temple. They flew through the city until they reached the Coruscant Medical Facility. Anakin paced back and forth outside the room as Obi-Wan tried to keep his calm. Hours passed like days, but at last, Padme gave birth with Anakin right next to her. In the end, the visions never came to fruition, and Padme Amidala survived. Anakin and Padme smiled as they held their newborn twins, who they called Jen Skywalker and Leia Skywalker. Padme playfully pushes Anakin, telling him that she knew he didn't have anything to worry about. that now they will be a happy family and nothing can get in the way of that. Anakin thought back to his visions of her dying, the terrible images that had consumed him night after night, and he realized now that they were not the truth. He had been trapped by fear, but it was all a lie created by the man who had manipulated him ever since he arrived on Coruscant, 𝙂𝙬𝙬𝙀. Anakin bent down beside Padme, kissing her forehead and telling her that he loved her more than ever, that they were finally safe. Padme smiled and said their family was whole now, and for the first time in years, Anakin felt peace. Obi-Wan stood at the doorway as he watched his brother find the peace that he had fought so hard for. When he was in the restricted section, he didn't understand Anakin's decision to leave the Order, but now he did. This is what he had fought for, and as his master, he couldn't be any more proud of his apprentice. For the first time since he was a boy with his mother, Anakin was truly happy, and nothing else mattered. Back at the Jedi Temple, Anakin stands before the council with Padme and their twins. Some of the masters like Plo Koon, Shakti, and Obi-Wan smiled as Anakin introduced his twins to them. As his friends, they were proud of him. While Anakin knew that he would miss being a Jedi Knight, he also had a promise to uphold. He formally tells the Jedi Council that he is resigning from the Order. The next chapter of his life is somewhere else, and he is excited to explore it. Windu was content and thankful that Anakin had upheld his end of the bargain. Windu didn't have any animosity against Skywalker, but as a proud Jedi, Mace's beliefs were set in stone, and Anakin had broken the Jedi code on numerous occasions, so he couldn't be a Jedi anymore. Anakin thanks the Council for everything over the last 13 years of his life, and he would not be the man he is today without them. But now he wants to go and live with Padme on Naboo and raise their family. The Council respects his decision and wishes him luck. For the final time, Anakin bows and walks out of the Council chambers. Anakin and Padme are now living happily on Naboo with their family. They sit in the tall grass as their children play, and they are happier than ever. Neither of them had felt so much joy in the world. There was no joy that compared to raising Jyn and Leia. Anakin knew that when the time came, he would teach them the ways of the Force, but not the rigid code of the Jedi, but the flexible beliefs of Skywalker, understanding that attachments are okay, and something not to be feared. As Padme and Anakin watched in happiness as their children ran circles around them in the sun, a ship flew overhead and landed beside them. Obi-Wan and Ahsoka walk out. The kids run straight into their arms. In their mind, this was their aunt and uncle. Unfortunately, Obi-Wan tells Anakin that Yoda has passed away. Anakin is upset, but is proud of the life the Grand Master lived. In his place, Mace Windu is now Grand Master, and Obi-Wan said that he has been chosen as Vice Grand Master of the Order. Anakin couldn't be more proud of his brother. By this point, Ahsoka had also rejoined the Order, pleased with the direction they had taken following the end of the Clone Wars. Padme called out to their children to come inside, and the 6 of them sat at the dinner table enjoying a nice dinner. They are all at peace, and a very happy family. If you enjoyed today's video, you must watch What If Anakin Was Trained from Birth and What If Anakin Left the Order to Train Luke and Leia. Please check out
Oh. What if Anakin left the Order to train Luke and Leia? That's actually interesting. Blue. Okay. In here.
Hey guys, before we begin, check out survived. So what if, in this moment, as Anakin returned from killing Count Dooku, he decided that it was best for him to leave the Jedi Order to raise his family and be with Padme. Before they moved to lightsaber combat, where Anakin showed them how to fight with speed and precision. They practiced in the open fields and forests on Naboo, their blades flashing in the sunlight as they sparred against each other and their father. Leia was graceful and controlled, her movements precise and efficient. Leia was graceful in the sunlight as they open fields and forests on Naboo, their blades flashing in the sunlight as they sparred against each other and their father. Leia was graceful and controlled, her movements precise and efficient, reminding Anakin of Obi-Wan. Luke, on the other hand, was raw power, full of energy and passion that made him unpredictable but also dangerous. Together, they pushed each other to be better, learning teamwork and balance. Anakin taught them how to use the Force in creative ways, lifting heavy objects, sensing danger, and even influencing the thoughts of others. He wanted them to be strong enough to protect themselves and the galaxy that was still at war. By the time they were 16, their power was undeniable. Leia's precision made her nearly unbeatable in a duel, while Luke's strength in the Force allowed him to overpower almost any opponent. Anakin was proud of them, but he also was worried. Sometimes during their training, Luke's frustration would get the better of him. He'd lash out with the Force, showing flashes of anger that Anakin struggled to contain. Though they were growing into incredible warriors, Anakin knew that their strength alone wasn't enough. They needed wisdom and control to truly master the Force, and he feared that they weren't ready for the challenges that the galaxy would throw at them. It was definitely clear they were the Chosen One's children, and the power of Skywalker ran thick in their skin. They had created a happy life together, the perfect lifestyle that Anakin absolutely loved. Things would change when the Jedi Council bit off their pride and realized they needed to have Anakin's help in this fight. Yoda and Windu make a visit to Anakin on Naboo, unannounced, to plead with Anakin. They explain that the state of the Republic and the Jedi Order is at its worst they have ever seen. The entire galaxy is tired of the fighting. There has to be some sort of end. Windu argues that as the Chosen One, Anakin has a duty to the galaxy, even if he no longer sees himself as a Jedi. Yoda appeals to Anakin's love for his children, warning that if the Sith gain more power, Luke and Leia's future is at risk. This actually got through to Anakin, and as someone who has been watching the state of the galaxy deteriorate, he wondered if it was time to do something. He had always resented the Jedi for their expectations and pushing him into a role that cost him his peace in the past. The Jedi Masters leave, and Anakin can't help but think they are right. He is going to have to leave his life behind as a peaceful father and return to war. That same night, as Anakin discusses his thoughts with Padme, the war finally reaches Naboo. For the first time in 15 years since the wars began, the peaceful world of Naboo is invaded by the Separatists. The entire world prepares its defenses as they are invaded, with ground troops landing in Theed, but also hitting the outskirts of every town and settlement. It was a massacre. The royal army were quickly deployed into battle, but their numbers were scarce in comparison to the Separatists. Anakin, Luke, and Leia would engage in the battle, igniting their sabers and fighting with all of their might. Skywalker had taught his children to fight valiantly, but everything changed as Luke engaged a large squadron of droids to protect a mother and her infant child. As he attempted to rescue them, a bomb landed and Luke Skywalker was dead. Anakin and Padme go absolutely crazy and Leia is heartbroken, none of them understanding what has happened. With Luke's death, Anakin calls an immediate retreat and they all band together to escape the planet. The next scene cuts to the inside of a ship, full of dark side insignia and clearly not home to the light side of the Force. Inside, the eyes of Luke Skywalker shoot open, struggling to breathe and not understanding what has happened. He was kidnapped, but he is alive and taken to the Separatist leader, Darth Sidious. As Luke stares at Sidious, he begins to smile, and Sidious welcomes him, calling him his child. It turns out that this plan has been in motion for years now. Chancellor Palpatine revealed his true identity as Darth Sidious, a Sith Lord, to Luke Skywalker when he was 14. Palpatine positioned himself as the most trusted man in Luke's life, and he told him all about the dark side and tales of the past. As an easily influenced boy, Luke wanted to join the man whom he believed was his second father, someone he could trust. Palpatine had been secretly training Luke over the last couple of years, and now they had successfully faked Luke's...
How? Wouldn't Anakin notice the sense of dark side in Chancellor in Palpatine? Come on. Come on, we can't have any plot holes here. Explain.
Death. From here, Palpatine continued to train Luke in the ways of the dark side. He was his new apprentice, and officially the next in line in the role of 2. He grew to learn all about Force Lightning, Choke, and how to harness his hate and emotions. He was a prodigy for Palpatine to relish in. The boy used to always beg his father to rejoin the war, but Anakin would never go for it. He enjoyed his peaceful life too much. Luke being alive would be kept a secret. The Skywalkers would go to Coruscant, where they'd rejoin the war effort. The Council was very pleased with Anakin's return, and they welcomed Leia's help, understanding that she had Skywalker blood and will be very powerful in the Force. Anakin was allowed a temporary seat on the Council to help with the war effort. At this point, Yoda, Windu, Kenobi, Plo Koon, and Ki-Adi-Mundi were all on the Council. But also Ahsoka Tano, who had rejoined the Order about a decade ago and become a Jedi Master and took her seat on the Council. Anakin was caught up with all the news of the war. He was informed of their current skirmishes and where troops had been deployed. War became grueling and tough. The Council explained that after he left the Order, it was like the droids had become better fighters, and since then, the war had been balanced and equal. For the following months, Anakin would re-enter the Clone Wars. Anakin, Leia, Ahsoka, and Kenobi lead brutal campaigns into Christophsis, hitting the Separatists hard with all of their forces. What the Jedi found was that Anakin was still just as proficient as he was 15 years ago. It didn't take long for him to slip right back into place and for his military tacticianary mind to find itself again. For Leia, this was awesome. She had grown up on Naboo, sheltered from the war, but with so many different stories, both from smugglers and spice traders when they stopped through Theed, but primarily from her father, who, as part of their training, told them all about his stories during the war. Being here with Tano and Kenobi was special. They were like aunt and uncle to her, and visited them constantly as children and through to teenagehood. Anakin and his daughter won many battles, and the tide was beginning to turn against the Separatists. It was clear that Anakin was making a decisive difference by joining the war effort. Luke was kept relatively sheltered in this part of the war. Palpatine had a plan, and he didn't want to reveal that the boy was still alive just yet. If he ever entered the battlefield, he wore a cloak and helmet so as not to reveal himself. This continued for many months, and the Sith Lord knew that he was now closing in on the final stages of his plan. He needed Luke to be ready, and that the only thing holding him back all these years. He also had Maul to deploy whenever he needed him. When Anakin left the Order, it meant that he couldn't just storm Coruscant. He needed the Chosen One, or the next best thing in his son. Palpatine consolidates his forces for a final strike, leading the Separatist fleet in a direct attack on Coruscant. The surprise assault is intended to destabilize the Republic and draw out the remaining Jedi for one final confrontation. Even Palpatine, arguably the most patient man in the world, was tired of war and tired of letting the Jedi rule the Republic. As Palpatine and Luke descend into the Coruscant system with the Separatist forces, the Republic scrambles its defenses to defend Coruscant. The beauty of Palpatine's plan was in its preparation. Anakin, Leia, Obi-Wan, and Ahsoka are away on Ryloth, fighting a deadly siege. By the time they even find out about the invasion, they would have to scramble to retreat and return to Coruscant. But the Council knew it was imperative to abandon Ryloth and almost all campaigns happening throughout the galaxy and bring as many Jedi home to defend their capital. Palpatine and Luke lead the battle together. Palpatine's identity as the Sith Lord is revealed when he fights a group of Jedi on the ground and his hood is removed. But this didn't faze him. He didn't care anymore who knew. They would all be dead soon. As starships and clones enter the battle, the streets of Coruscant become chaotic. Citizens run for their lives as super battle droids fly into the air, sending rockets and debris into nearby buildings. It was a massacre, and the Republic army had to quickly consolidate their defenses. Luke went on a tear, ensuring to keep his identity hidden by a mask and focus on killing as many Jedi as possible. Plo Koon would make contact with the Skywalkers returning from Coruscant, and tell them that Palpatine is the Sith Lord and is leading the attack on their people. This wasn't received well by the Jedi, especially Anakin and Leia, who viewed Palpatine as one of their closest friends, but it was all a lie. As the Separatists began to overwhelm the Republic forces, Luke and Palpatine returned to their largest dreadnought currently sitting in the atmosphere. As Anakin, Leia, Ahsoka, and Obi-Wan return, they take their starships as their fleet engages in a massive space battle with the Separatist command ships. Droid fighters and Republic squadrons battle for control over the Republic skies. Amidst the chaos, Palpatine's flagship, a massive dreadnought, emerges as the main target for the Republic forces. Anakin calls his team of bombers to his position as they focus their fire on the dreadnought. The first run was unsuccessful, with bombs missing and hitting random droids flying past. As they go for a second attempt, the bombs hit the shield generators and Palpatine is left defenseless, allowing Anakin and the other Jedi to land their ships in the hangar bay. Leaping for their crafts, they all ignite their sabers and destroy the droids around them. Inside the dreadnought, they encounter heavy resistance in the hallways, but eventually fight their way to the bridge, locating Palpatine. As Palpatine laughs and welcomes the 4 Jedi he has known for decades, terrified and confused by Palpatine's true identity. Anakin tells Palpatine he will pay for what he has done. But as Skywalker says this, a man flanks Palpatine with a dark hood, lifting his head and removing the hood to reveal Luke Skywalker. Anakin and Leia drop their hilts to the floor as tears fill their eyes. Palpatine explains that their family has changed and now understands the true nature of the Force. Luke's eyes were a stark yellow, full of the dark side. Leia tries to reason with Luke, explaining that Palpatine is the evil one here, not the Jedi. But Luke understands that it is the Jedi who have allowed this conflict to go on. For over 1,000 years, the Jedi have ruled and allowed corruption and slavery to persist throughout the galaxy. They aren't heroes, they aren't saviors, but the dark side will bring salvation. The dark side will introduce true order into the galaxy so that the scum and villainy can be destroyed. Anakin can't believe what he is hearing. His son has changed. As the Chosen One squashes his tears, he uses the Force to bring the hilt of his saber back to his hand, igniting its sapphire glow. His team does the same, and they move forward. As they go to strike, from the entrance of the room, a Sith blade ignites and the Dathomirian Maul enters, seeing Kenobi for the first time in decades. Palpatine's crimson blade clashes against Anakin's as Kenobi and Tano leap towards Luke. Leia holds back, stunned and confused, frozen in time. Her brother has turned to the dark side, and now she is expected to duel in combat. She won't do it. Anakin and Palpatine use speed and power to create one of the most intense fights of the Clone Wars. Fighting Anakin was something Palpatine had always been intrigued about, and the Chosen One's power didn't disappoint. Luke was stronger than Obi-Wan had expected. Though only 16, his connection to the dark side of the Force was strong. The Jedi swap opponents, and Anakin takes on his son. His emotions were high, and he knew he wasn't going to kill him. The duel between Anakin and Luke was intense, their lightsabers clashing in bursts of light and sound. Anakin fought with skill and precision, but Luke's raw power and aggression pushed him to his limits. Nearby, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka faced Palpatine, who unleashed devastating Force attacks and wielded his crimson blade with terrifying speed. Leia, refusing to lose her brother, reached out to Luke through the Force. Obi-Wan and Anakin switched, which allowed Obi-Wan to fight Maul. As the Dark Tyrant spat at Kenobi, he leaped and tried to kill him, but his arrogance took over and all he desired was Obi-Wan dead. As he raced forward and taunted the Jedi about killing Qui-Gon all those years ago, Obi-Wan took the opportunity and killed Darth Maul. Back with Leia and Luke, she spoke to his heart, reminding him of their bond and the love their parents had for him. For a moment, Luke hesitated, doubt flickering in his eyes, but the dark side still held him tight. Anakin and Leia knew they couldn't save him. Together, they combined their efforts, their strikes perfectly timed to overpower Luke. With a final push, they knock him unconscious, ensuring he wouldn't be harmed further. Leaving him behind, Anakin and Leia turn their focus to Palpatine, joining Obi-Wan and Ahsoka in the desperate battle. Their combined strength overwhelmed the Sith Lord, and in a final, decisive moment, they struck him down, ending his reign of terror. The room fell silent, the darkness lifting, but Anakin's heart was heavy as he looked at his unconscious son, knowing their fight to bring Luke back to the light was far from over. The Republic fleet secured a decisive victory over the remaining Separatist forces, finally ending the Clone Wars after years of bloodshed and loss. Across the galaxy, people celebrated the dawn of peace. Though the scars of war would take time to heal, the Jedi began rebuilding their order, focusing on unity and learning from the mistakes that had allowed the dark side to rise. Anakin, Padme, Leia, and Luke returned to Naboo, where they worked tirelessly to restore their home. Naboo had been ravaged by the war, but with Anakin's strength, Padme's leadership, and Leia's determination, they inspired others to rebuild. Luke, burdened by his past choices, withdrew for a time, struggling to find his place in this new peace. But his family never gave up on him. Leia remained by his side, guiding him with her strength and unwavering love. Anakin too was patient, knowing Luke needed to find his own way back to the light. Over time, Luke's heart softened, and the dark side that had clouded his soul began to fade. He returned to the light, embracing the teachings of the Force with a clarity he hadn't known before. Years later, he met Mara Jade, a fiery and independent woman who challenged him in all the right ways. Their bond grew into a deep love that grounded Luke and solidified his commitment to the light. Together, they built a life filled with hope and purpose, proving that even the darkest past could lead back to the light. The galaxy, though scarred, was finally safe. Anakin's family found peace, and the Force itself seemed to be at balance once more. It was the end of one story and the beginning of a brighter, longer future.
Yeah. Aussie fucking base. Base as hell. Now we can watch the next one.
Beijing Zoo subway station incident. On July 5th, 2011, a crowded escalator at the Beijing Zoo subway station turned into a scene of chaos during morning rush hour. The station was packed with commuters, most of them office workers and students heading to their daily routines. Line 4 was one of the busiest in the city's extensive metro network, carrying thousands of passengers every hour. Among them was a boy traveling with his father and sister. At approximately 9:30 a.m., the ascending escalator made a sudden grinding noise. Witnesses described it as a metallic screech followed by what sounded like machinery braking. Without warning, the escalator reversed direction, accelerating downward against its normal flow. People lost their balance immediately. The crowded stairway transformed into a human avalanche. The force threw passengers backward. Those at the top tumbled down, colliding with others below them. Screams filled the station as approximately 30 people fell and piled on top of each other at the bottom. The boy was caught in the worst position, near the bottom of the pile. The weight of multiple adults crushed down on his small frame. Emergency responders arrived within minutes, but the scene was chaotic. The boy had suffered severe internal injuries and wasn't breathing when paramedics reached him. Despite resuscitation attempts, he was pronounced dead at the hospital. His father and sister survived with injuries. Later investigation revealed a mechanical failure in the escalator's braking system. The sudden reversal had been caused by a critical malfunction in the drive chain, with the weight of passengers accelerating the deadly descent. Josh Martin escalator fall incident. On May 28, 2018, what began as an ordinary evening at the Providence Place Mall in Rhode Island ended in tragedy. Josh Martin, a 45-year-old guitarist known for his work with the controversial band and metal group Failure Clinic, had spent the day shopping. The mall was moderately busy with the usual mix of families, teenagers, and adults moving between stores across its 4 levels. Around 10:45 p.m., Martin approached the escalator connecting the upper levels. Security footage later showed him in high spirits, laughing with friends. Witnesses reported that Martin began clowning around near the escalator, a behavior not uncommon for the musician known for his outrageous stage presence. He climbed onto the moving handrail of the ascending escalator and attempted to slide down while facing the opposite direction. Within seconds, Martin lost his balance. The slick metal rail provided no grip as he tried to stand.
Oh no.
He toppled backward over the side, falling approximately 34 feet to the hard tile floor below. The impact was devastating. His head struck the ground with tremendous force, causing immediate and fatal trauma to his skull and brain. Nearby shoppers rushed to help, but Martin lay motionless in an expanding pool of blood. Mall security reached him within minutes and attempted first aid while calling emergency services. Paramedics arrived quickly, but found Martin unresponsive with no pulse. Despite their efforts to resuscitate him, the injuries were too severe. Josh Martin was pronounced dead at the scene, his skull fractured beyond recovery from an impulsive moment that turned fatal in seconds. Stony Point Fashion Park maintenance incident. On March 18, 2019, shoppers at Richmond's upscale Stony Point Fashion Park went about their day unaware of the tragedy unfolding behind the scenes. Inside the Dillard's department store, a maintenance technician was performing routine work on one of the store's escalators. The store was open, with customers browsing merchandise just feet away from where the technician accessed the maintenance hatch. At approximately 9:30
Oh
a.m.,
no.
the technician began working on the escalator's internal mechanism. These machines contain a complex network of chains, gears, and moving parts hidden beneath the visible steps. The maintenance hatch provided only limited access to these components, forcing workers to position themselves
That's
awkwardly
dangerous.
within the cramped mechanical space. Standard safety protocols required the power to be completely disconnected during such work.
Yeah.
For reasons investigators later struggled to determine, the technician somehow fell into the internal machinery. The narrow service area, barely 3 feet wide, offered no room to maneuver if something went wrong. His body became entangled in the drive chains and comb plates that normally guide the steps along their track. The mechanical force crushed his torso and limbs, causing severe internal injuries. A store employee heard unusual sounds coming from the escalator and called for help. When other maintenance staff arrived, they found the technician trapped within the mechanism, unresponsive and showing no signs of life. Emergency responders arrived minutes later, but could only confirm what was already apparent. The technician had died instantly, his body so severely damaged by the machinery that extraction took several hours. Store officials declined to immediately release his name while authorities notified his family. Bronx subway escalator declined to immediately release his name while authorities notified his family. Bronx subway escalator strangulation incident. On October 17, 2015, Carlos Alvarez, a 48-year-old maintenance worker, entered the Intervalley Avenue subway station in the Bronx after finishing his late shift. The station was nearly empty at 4 a.m., with only a handful of early morning commuters present. Surveillance footage showed Alvarez walking normally toward the escalator that would take him to the platform level. As he stepped onto the ascending escalator, Alvarez appeared to lose his balance. Whether from fatigue or a misstep, he suddenly pitched forward, falling face first onto the moving stairs. In that critical moment, the collar of his work shirt caught in the teeth of the escalator steps, where they disappeared into the comb plate at the top landing. The machinery continued its relentless movement, dragging both shirt and man along with it. The fabric tightened around Alvarez's neck as the escalator pulled more of his clothing into its mechanism. He struggled desperately, unable to reach the emergency stop button, only feet away. The shirt acted like a ligature, constricting his airway while the escalator's steps scraped against his face and head. A passing commuter discovered him minutes later, face down at the top of the escalator, motionless. Blood pooled around his head, which had sustained massive trauma from impact with the metal comb plate. His shirt remained tightly wrapped around his neck, still partially caught in the machine. The commuter hit the emergency stop button and called for help. When paramedics arrived, they cut away the clothing but found no pulse. Carlos Alvarez had died from a combination of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head, killed by his own clothing and the unyielding machine. Tokyo, supermarket handrail incident.
Oof.
On February 8, 2019, an elderly woman in her 80s entered the OK Store supermarket in the Higashi Fushimi district of Nishi, Tokyo. It was late afternoon, around 4:30 p.m., and the store was moderately busy with after-work shoppers. Security cameras captured her moving carefully through the aisles, leaning on her aluminum walker for support. She had completed her shopping and approached the escalator to return to the ground floor. At the top of the escalator, she paused briefly before maneuvering her walker onto the moving steps. She recommended that elderly customers use the elevator, but many preferred the more convenient escalator. As she descended, something went wrong. Approximately halfway down, she lost her balance. The walker shifted position, causing her to stumble forward. She fell against the moving handrail, unable to regain her footing. As she neared the bottom landing, her body position became critical. The escalator's design created a narrowing gap where the handrail disappeared into the floor mechanism. The woman's neck slid into this gap as she continued her involuntary descent. The moving rubber handrail dragged her head toward the fixed metal housing. The pressure against her neck increased instantly, compressing her airway and vital blood vessels. A store employee heard the abandoned walker clattering at the bottom of the escalator and rushed to investigate. They found the woman unconscious, her neck firmly trapped between the still moving handrail and the fixed housing. Despite hitting the emergency stop button immediately, the damage was done. Paramedics arrived within minutes but found no pulse. The compression had caused fatal damage to her trachea and carotid arteries, stopping blood flow to her brain. Santa Ana Central Courthouse maintenance incident. On February 28, 2005, Mark Pelletier, a 37-year-old repair technician with over a decade of experience.
You know, Why don't malls, any building that has escalators, have an automatic emergency stop button? And and the mall should have the latches with sensors, so if it's ever opened, power is instantly cut from the escalator. Why is that not a thing yet?
Experience arrived at the Santa Ana Central Courthouse for routine escalator maintenance. The courthouse was quiet that Monday morning, with only security staff and early arrivals present in the building. Pelletier had performed similar maintenance hundreds of times before at facilities throughout Orange County, California. At approximately 8:50,
Imagine if this was the I think it was all already debated somewhere. I forget. But imagine it gets debated again and courthouse rejects it because they would have to update their escalators.
10 a.m., Pelletier accessed the mechanical compartment beneath the downward-moving escalator. The service area was extremely confined, measuring just 3 by 5 feet, with barely enough room for a person to maneuver among the machinery. Standard safety protocol required the power to be locked out during maintenance, with the key kept on the technician's person. For unknown reasons, this critical step was either skipped or failed. While Pelletier worked in the cramped space, the escalator's power suddenly activated. The massive steel mechanism began moving at full speed, with no warning. In the confined area, there was nowhere to escape. Pelletier was instantly
okay, there we go.
structural support beam and the moving metal components of the drive system. The force was immense, crushing his chest and abdomen against the fixed beam. Court staff heard his screams and rushed to help, immediately hitting the emergency stop. When first responders arrived minutes later, they found Pelletier still trapped within the machinery, unresponsive. The pressure had caused massive internal injuries, rupturing major organs and crushing his ribcage. Paramedics confirmed he had no pulse. It took emergency workers over an hour to extract his body from the machinery. The medical examiner later determined that death had been nearly instantaneous from massive internal trauma and blood loss. If you want to see more videos like this, click.
Honestly, I'm not surprised. Also, what the fuck? Okay, come on, YouTube. Don't fucking do that to me. Alright, come on, YouTube. Come on. Ooh. Interesting. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
𝙂𝙚𝙼𝙖. On June 26, 2003, at the Stade de Gerland in Lyon, France, Cameroon's national team faced Colombia in the Confederations Cup semi-final. The 28-year-old defensive mid.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna check on my rice and see if it's fully cooked. Alright. Be right back. Matane! Also, joined at the right time. Yeah, you pretty much did. Also, Daniela A. Thank you for following, and Starbit64, thank you for following as well. Welcome. Okay, so probably for next Friday stream, I'm gonna try to do my best to complete that one level in Halo CE, because my rice is done. Because as a gamer, I will not stop until I complete that goddamn level. Anywho, my rice is done. Alright, so I can get my rice real quick. Button.
Midfielder 𝙂𝙚𝙼𝙖 had been a key player for his nation, representing them with pride throughout the tournament. Playing at Manchester City on loan, Fouet had become beloved by fans for his work rate and dedication. He was playing in his adopted hometown of Lyon, where he'd spent time with Olympique Lyonnais. The afternoon heat pressed down on the stadium as both teams battled for a place in the final. Cameroon were ahead, defending their lead. In the 72nd minute, 𝙂𝙀 jogged calmly through the center circle, no other players near him. The match was nearly won. Then, without any contact, he suddenly collapsed face down on the grass. His teammates rushed over in confusion, frantically gesturing for help. Medics sprinted onto the field and began attempts to resuscitate him immediately. They worked on him for 45 minutes, first on the pitch, then as he was stretchered off. Though his heart was restarted briefly, he was pronounced dead shortly after arriving at the stadium's medical center at around midnight. Cameroon captain 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 had to deliver the devastating news to his teammates, who were still celebrating their victory. 2 autopsies revealed 𝙂𝙀 had died from hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, an undetected hereditary heart condition. Manchester City retired his number 23 shirt, and RC Lens followed by retiring number 17. 𝙂𝙀 left behind a wife and 3 young children, including a daughter just 2 months old. Andrés Escobar. Colombia arrived at the 1994 World Cup in the United States as favorites. They demolished Argentina 5-0 in Buenos Aires, with Brazilian legend Pelé tipping them to win the tournament. The 27-year-old defender Andrés Escobar, known as the Gentleman of Football, captained the talented squad with professionalism and grace. But their opening match against Romania ended in a shocking 3-1 defeat. The pressure mounted. Against the host nation on June 22nd in California, Colombia needed a win. In the 34th minute, American midfielder John Harkes sent a cross toward goal. Escobar, running back to defend, stretched out his leg to intercept. The ball deflected off him past his own goalkeeper. An own goal. The United States added another, winning 2-1. Colombia were eliminated before their final match. Death threats had already been circulating before the game. Escobar published a newspaper column after returning home, writing, "Life doesn't end here. We have to go on." On July 1st, despite warnings from friends to keep a low profile, Escobar insisted on showing his face to his people. He went out with friends to the El Indio nightclub in Medellin. At 3 a.m. on July 2nd, in the parking lot, 3 men confronted him by his car. An argument erupted. Humberto Muñoz Castro, a bodyguard for drug traffickers, pulled out a .38 caliber pistol. He fired 6 times, reportedly shouting, "Goal!" after each shot. Escobar died 45 minutes later at the hospital. An estimated 120,000 people attended his funeral, a nation mourning its fallen captain. Diogo Jota. On the evening of July 2nd, 2025, Liverpool forward Diogo Jota left his wedding celebration in Portugal, having married his longtime partner Ruth Cardoso just 10 days earlier. The 28-year-old Portuguese international had just won the Premier League title and was preparing to rejoin his squad for preseason training. He'd recently undergone minor surgery and was advised not to fly, so he planned to drive to Santander in northern Spain to catch a ferry to England. His younger brother André Silva, a 25-year-old footballer with Penafiel, accompanied him for the journey. Shortly after midnight on July 3rd, their car, a Lamborghini, was traveling along the A52 motorway near Cernadilla in Zamora, northwestern Spain. The highway cut through isolated countryside near the Portuguese border. Witnesses later reported no other vehicles were involved. At high speed, potentially exceeding 125 miles per hour, something went catastrophically wrong. Police investigators believe a tire may have blown during an overtaking maneuver. The vehicle veered off the road, struck a guardrail, and erupted into flames. Both brothers were killed instantly. Emergency services arrived to find the car engulfed in fire, spreading to nearby vegetation. Authorities used documents recovered at the scene and the license plate for preliminary identification, later confirmed by forensic testing. Jota left behind his wife and 3 young children. His death shocked the football world, occurring the same week his wedding video had been posted online. Liverpool retired his number, and tributes poured in from teammates, opponents, and fans worldwide. Emiliano Sala. On January 21, 2019, Argentine striker Emiliano Sala was en route from Nantes to Cardiff, having just completed a club record £15 million transfer to Cardiff City. The 28-year-old was excited to begin his Premier League career, but had been advised not to fly commercially following minor surgery. Football agent Willie McKay arranged a private charter flight on a single-engine Piper Malibu aircraft. The pilot, David Ibbotson, held only a private license, not qualified for commercial operations or night flying. His rating for the aircraft had expired months earlier. Shortly before departure, Sala sent a WhatsApp voice message to friends. "I'm up in this plane that feels like it's falling to pieces. Man, I'm scared." At 19:15 GMT, the aircraft departed Nantes Atlantique Airport. 90 minutes into the flight, crossing the English Channel, Ibbotson requested to descend from 5,000 to 2,500 feet to maintain visual contact with the ground. At 2023, radar contact was lost 13 nautical miles north of Guernsey. The aircraft had broken apart mid-air after 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙬𝙀 lost control while maneuvering to avoid clouds, exceeding the plane's structural limits. Carbon monoxide had been leaking into the cabin from a faulty exhaust system. Post-mortem examination revealed 𝙂𝙚 had a carboxyhemoglobin level of 58%, meaning he would have been deeply unconscious, possibly suffering seizures or cardiac arrest before the crash. His body was recovered weeks later from the wreckage on the seabed. 𝙂𝙂𝙣𝙬's body was never found. 𝙂𝙚 left behind his partner and their young daughter. The flight organizer, David Henderson, was later convicted and imprisoned. José Antonio Reyes. On June 1, 2019, former Arsenal and Sevilla winger José Antonio Reyes finished training with his club Extremadura in Spain's second division. The 35-year-old hadn't been selected for the next day's match against Cadiz, so he decided to drive home to Seville to spend time with his wife and children. Reyes had enjoyed a glittering career, winning 5 UEFA Cups, 3 with Sevilla, and being part of Arsenal's legendary Invincibles squad that went unbeaten throughout the 2003-04 Premier League season. He'd been called back to Spain's second tier, attempting to prolong his playing days. His 23-year-old cousin Jonathan accompanied him in the Mercedes, with another cousin, Juan Manuel Calderón, also in the vehicle. They departed mid-morning for the journey along the A376 highway toward Utrera, near Seville. According to witnesses and police investigation, the Mercedes was traveling at extremely high speed, potentially exceeding 125 miles per hour in a zone limited to 75. Around 11:40 a.m. near Utrera, catastrophe struck. Whether from a tire blowout or steering failure, the vehicle lost control, left the road, and overturned multiple times. The Mercedes became a fireball, black smoke billowing into the sky. Reyes and Jonathan were killed instantly. Calderón survived with severe burns covering 60% of his body. Emergency services could only watch as the wreckage burned. The football world reacted with shock. Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, Arsenal, and Sevilla all paid tribute. A minute's silence was held at that evening's Champions League final in Madrid. Reyes left behind his wife and 3 children, including a son who would never remember his father. Peter 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬𝙀. On October 14, 2014, in the northeastern Indian state of Mizoram, Bethlehem Vengthlang FC were trailing 1-0 against Chanmari West FC in the Mizoram Premier League. The 23-year-old defensive midfielder Peter 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬𝙀 was known as a hardworking player who read the game brilliantly, broke up attacks, and protected his defenders. Goals weren't his specialty. In the 62nd minute, a free kick bounced inexplicably through the box, passed Chanmari's goalkeeper, struck the post, and fell to 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬𝙀. He poked home the equalizer. Elation swept over him. He'd scored. His teammates would remember his celebration. Like German striker Miroslav Klose, whom he admired, 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬𝙀 attempted a series of acrobatic flips. He cartwheeled perfectly, then launched into a backflip, but something went catastrophically wrong in mid-rotation. He didn't complete the flip. Instead, he came down hard, landing directly on his head and neck. The impact crumpled his spine. His body went limp, face down on the pitch. Teammates rushed over to celebrate, but immediately realized something terrible had happened. He wasn't moving. They frantically signaled for medical assistance. A stretcher arrived, and he was rushed to 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬 Civil Hospital. CT scans revealed severe spinal cord damage. Despite emergency surgery, his condition deteriorated over 5 days in intensive care. On October 19th at 7 a.m., 𝙂𝙗𝙬𝙬𝙀 was pronounced dead. Before his death, he donated his eyes to help someone see. His club retired his number 21 shirt. The football community across Mizoram mourned the loss of a player who dreamed of playing in India's National League. His funeral was attended by officials, teammates, and devastated fans. Diego Maradona. In early November 2020, Diego Maradona underwent emergency surgery for a subdural hematoma, bleeding on his brain. The 60-year-old Argentine legend, widely considered one of football's greatest players, was recovering at a private residence in Tigre, a suburb north of Buenos Aires. Despite decades of health issues related to cocaine and alcohol addiction, Maradona was discharged to home hospitalization rather than remaining in a medical facility. His personal physician, Leopoldo Luque, and psychiatrist Agustina Kosachov oversaw his care alongside nurses and other medical staff. In the days following surgery, warning signs emerged. Maradona's condition was deteriorating, but the medical team failed to recognize the severity. No doctor was consistently present at the house. No automated external defibrillators were available. Basic medical protocols were ignored. On November 25th, Maradona woke feeling unwell. Throughout the morning, his condition worsened. Fluid was accumulating in his lungs. His breathing became labored. His heart began failing. For at least 12 hours, Maradona suffered in agony, his body shutting down. Nurses checked on him periodically, but failed to grasp the emergency. Around midday, a nurse found him unresponsive in bed. Attempts at CPR began, but it was far too late. At 12:17 p.m., paramedics were finally
Everyone
called.
needs to be
They
sued.
arrived to find him in cardiac arrest. Despite resuscitation efforts, Diego Maradona was pronounced dead. Autopsy revealed his heart was completely covered in fat and blood clots, evidence of prolonged suffering. He died from acute pulmonary edema, secondary to congestive heart failure. Argentina declared 3 days of national mourning. 8 medical professionals were later charged with negligent homicide. Stefan Petrovsky.
Yep.
On April 5, 2016, at 𝙂𝙚 Stadium in Melaka, Malaysia, 18-year-old Australian goalkeeper Stefan Petrovsky was training with Melaka United. The promising young keeper had signed a 3-year professional contract just months earlier, having received Malaysian citizenship through his Sabah-born mother. He'd left Sydney Olympic behind for this opportunity, dreaming of establishing himself in Southeast Asian football. Training proceeded normally through the afternoon. Around 5 p.m. local time, the sky grew darker, but there was no rain, no obvious warning. Petrovsky stood near the goalposts alongside teammate 𝙂𝙂𝙖𝙀𝙗. Without warning, a bolt of lightning struck the field near them. The electrical current traveled through the ground. Both players were hit. 𝙂𝙖𝙀 fell, but regained consciousness relatively quickly. Petrovsky stopped breathing immediately. Witnesses rushed to help as medical staff attempted resuscitation. No automated external defibrillators were present. No doctor was on site. The club's physiotherapist later falsely claimed to have also been struck by lightning and to have administered CPR, but hospital doctors confirmed to Petrovsky's parents that no CPR had been given before arrival. Petrovsky was rushed to Putra Specialist Hospital, where he fell into a coma. He'd suffered catastrophic brain damage from oxygen deprivation during cardiac arrest. His parents, Marco and Loretta, flew immediately to Malaysia.
Honestly, that person, the falsely claimed doctor who falsely claimed he's been also been struck by lightning. Yeah, that's not a doctor at all. Probably the coach or whoever's in charge instructed him to falsely claim as a doctor.
For nearly a month, Stefan lay unconscious while his family prayed for a miracle. On May 1st, 2016, he was pronounced dead
What was he coming to?
ischemic encephalopathy. His father later sued Melaka United and the Football Association of Malaysia for negligence, winning nearly 700,000 ringgit in damages. The tragedy led to Stefan's law, pushing for lightning protocols in football. Muhammad Fadl al-Lili. On June 26, 2025, in the Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza, Palestinian footballer Muhammad al-Lili was at home with his family. The 30-year-old had risen through Khadamat al-Maghazi's youth system, helping the club reach the Palestinian Premier League in 2016. He'd played for Palestine's national team and had recently married, with wedding photos shared proudly on social media. His wife had left Gaza for Norway before the war intensified, traveling for work. During the conflict, she gave birth to their son abroad. Al-Lili had desperately tried to leave Gaza to meet his child, but couldn't secure safe passage through the blockade. Around 5 p.m. as evening approached, an Israeli drone circled overhead. Without warning, it fired a missile directly at the third-floor bedroom of Al-Lili's family home. The explosion was devastating. The missile struck with precision, causing the bedroom to collapse. Al-Lili suffered massive head trauma and severe skull hemorrhage from the impact. Family members pulled him from the rubble and rushed him to Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital.
Oh, man.
Doctors worked desperately to save him, but his injuries were catastrophic. For days, he fought for his life in critical condition, his brain damaged beyond repair. On July 3, 2025, Muhammad al-Lili died from his injuries. His death was barely reported by international media, a stark contrast to the coverage given to other footballers who died around the same time. He became the 265th Palestinian footballer killed since October 2023, according to the Palestinian Football Association. His funeral was held quietly amid ongoing bombardment. He never met his son. Miklos Feher. On January 25, 2004, Benfica traveled to Guimarães to face Vitória in a crucial Portuguese league match. The 24-year-old Hungarian striker Miklos Feher came on as a substitute in the 59th minute, hoping to help secure 3 points for his struggling team. Minutes later, Fernando Aguiar scored, giving Benfica a 1-0 lead. All that remained was to hold on. As the match entered injury time, Vitoria had a throw-in near Benfica's area. 𝙂𝙠 positioned himself to waste time, stepping in the way of the throw. The referee pulled out a yellow card for time wasting. 𝙂𝙠 gave the official a sheepish, knowing smile, accepting the booking. The smile would be the last image many would have of him. He turned away from the referee, bent forward as if to catch his breath, then suddenly fell backward, collapsing lifelessly onto the pitch. His teammates rushed over in alarm, followed immediately by medical personnel from both teams. They prevented him from swallowing his tongue as they realized he was unconscious. CPR was performed frantically on the field. Benfica players knelt to pray while others cried. Coach Jose Antonio Camacho watched in horror. An ambulance finally arrived, and 𝙂𝙠 was rushed to the hospital. Medical teams worked for hours to save him, but shortly before midnight, he was pronounced dead. The cause? Cardiac arrhythmia brought on by hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, an undiagnosed hereditary heart disease that had gone undetected in pre-season medical examinations. Benfica
How?
president, coach, and entire squad traveled to Hungary for the funeral. The club retired his number 29 shirt and dedicated their cup victory to his memory. 𝙂𝙠 was just 24 years old. Davide Astori. On March 3, 2018, Fiorentina traveled to Udine for a Serie A match against Udinese. The squad checked into their hotel the night before, as was routine. Captain Davide Astori, the 31-year-old central defender, retired to his room after dinner with teammates. He'd been in excellent form that season,
I forgot I need to make a quick call, chat, real quick.
leading Fiorentina with professionalism and dedication. He had a partner, Francesca Fioretti, and a 2-year-old daughter waiting for him in Florence. The morning of March 4th arrived. Breakfast was scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Astori was usually the first to arrive, punctual and reliable, but his place remained empty. Minutes passed. Teammates grew concerned. Staff went to check his room. They knocked. No answer. They opened the door and found Astori lying peacefully in bed, as if sleeping. He wasn't breathing. Paramedics were called immediately, but it was too late. Davide Astori had died in his sleep. The match was cancelled. Within hours, all Serie A and Serie B fixtures were postponed as the football world reacted with shock. Carlos Sanchez, on loan from Fiorentina to Espanyol, collapsed when he heard the news. Cagliari coach Diego Lopez, who'd played and coached Astori, required medical treatment. Autopsy revealed he'd suffered cardiac arrest caused by an undetected arrhythmogenic cardiomyopathy. His team doctor, Giorgio Galanti, had cleared him to play twice despite stress tests showing cardiac arrhythmias that should have prompted further investigation. Galanti was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 1 year in prison, ordered to pay over €1 million in damages to Astori's family. Fiorentina retired his training ground in his honor, and Italian football stood still. 𝙂𝙚 𝙬𝙤. On August 7, 2025, in southern Gaza near Rafah, hundreds of displaced Palestinians gathered at a distribution point, desperate for humanitarian aid. Among them was 41-year-old 𝙂𝙚 𝙬𝙤, once known across Palestine as the Palestinian Pelé. Born in Gaza City, 𝙬𝙤 had earned legendary status through his extraordinary career, scoring over 100 goals and representing Palestine's national team 24 times. He'd been the league's top scorer for 3 consecutive years between 2015 and 2018. His elegance on the pitch earned him nicknames like the Gazelle and the Black Pearl. For Palestinian children in refugee camps, he embodied hope. His family's home had been destroyed earlier in the conflict, forcing them to live in tents among the ruins of Gaza City. With 5 children to feed and famine spreading across the enclave, 𝙬𝙤 joined the crowd waiting for food distribution. As people queued peacefully, an Israeli tank opened fire on the gathering. 𝙬𝙤 was struck by gunfire and killed instantly. His widow, Doa, would later describe how he'd trained every single day, even during bombardments, planning to play until age 50. On August 9th, UEFA posted a brief tribute. Farewell to 𝙂𝙚 𝙬𝙤, the Palestinian Pelé, a talent who gave hope to countless children, even in the darkest of times. The statement made no mention of how he died. Liverpool star Mohamed Salah, one of football's biggest names and the highest-profile Arab player in the sport, responded publicly, "Can you tell us how he died, where, and why?" His post received over 1 million likes within hours, sparking global conversation about the silence surrounding Palestinian deaths. If you'd like to see more stories like this, make sure to subscribe and feel free to drop suggestions for the next video in the...
Alright, chat. Ugh, fuck. Boo. Boo. In here, chat. Thank you. Thank you for your blessing. Now, chat, I shall bless you with my boobs. Any chat, I'm gonna be moving on to Minecraft horror mods. So, boobs, where? Right here. Boobs. Any chat, we're gonna be moving on to more Minecraft horror mods. Pardon. So let's fucking go. All right, let me get everything set up, chat. All right. Matinee. Alright, chat, we're back, and I'm gonna switch from controller. Alright, come on. Come on, real quick. There we go. Alright, come on. Alright. Inside the darkness, let's go. Ah, Neckar. Yes. I just need to bring my closer. Come on, please don't crash on me. Okay. Single player. Alright. Come on.
Well, the truth is that there's not much to explain. If you don't want problems, hunker down when everything gets dark, and I don't mean at night. This is literal. And if you ignore it, be prepared for unforeseen consequences, and you may not notice it at first. Also, be careful with water. Nothing bad will happen, but be careful. Good luck.
Sure, nothing bad happened. Why did I have to look at it? Fuck. What the fuck? Is that? No. Well, else in here? Suspicious stew. Ay. What the fuck? What the fuck? I had to do that. One 34 enemies were killed. Oh, motherfucker. Motherfucker. What the fuck? Huh? Nah. Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. I'm trying. Why? Why? I see you there. Oh, fuck it. Yes, there it is. Okay. Okay, can I at least alright, just try to not get a panic attack. 5 seconds. Okay, hopefully. Won't be panicking at the time. Okay. Here. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. Really? Alright. Alright. One explorer. Over here. Okay. Maybe. had to kill him. I had to kill him. Alright. Cap. Well, fuck it. Let's have suspicious do. Let's do a sus. This. Coconut. Okay. Hell. Alright. Don't do that. That's confusing to use. Always discovering new things with this mod. Alright. Jesus Christ. That was a question why he plays the mods. Ah, fuck my hands. I didn't know there was an idle image for the standing idle. I think that all just spazzed out. Jesus fuck. Okay. Honestly. I think that's enough of that mod specifically. Move on to New Moon Dead Jar. So why not?
You sound just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill. Feel you like a pill to get my fill. No, do me in the worst way. Don't let me sleep, never say you're sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave, baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill. Get my fill.
Chat, my PC crashed. My PC crashed a lot. Alright, so I don't know what happened. My PC just crashed. And I gotta make sure everything is running smoothly. So on my... Of course, of fucking course. Literally everything just crashed. I don't understand what's going on. Holy shit. Please don't crash on me. Please don't crash on me. Oh, why did it? Why is it exiting code 2? This one I have not modified. Did I accidentally modify this one? Mod. Hope I didn't. Bad optimization. Collective. No, everything's the same. Calculated from the fog. Not enough animation to install the structures. Nothing I've recognized from. Let me try to update Prism. What? Okay, so let me launch my personal pack. See if it works. They're relatively the same. Okay, this one works. Memory. This one seems to be working. Word structure, modifier, serialize here. Why is it exiting with code 2? Java util, Java. Wait a minute, some things are not launching. Some things don't look. Shouldn't be launching. Alright. Exception caught from launcher. Wait, what? So it's the launcher that's acting up? What's going on? Trying to challenge. Oh, okay, so the challenge world is good and going. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have this like challenge world thing going on here. Launch. Updating essentials. Honestly, I have no idea what's going on. Why some of them are just not booting at all. I might have to just outright reinstall gnomon.jar again just to get it to work. If I can't, I have to reinstall gnomon.jar. New world. Okay. This can be Skybound. Oh, Chelsea own world. More game rules. With a cycle range. Source to a state cycle. Alright, there we go. Hopefully, it looks like everything's going well. Slash. Homography is not false. As you can see, there's no... There is no... Yeah, there's no terrain whatsoever in this one. Honestly, we could do... This is a terrainless challenge. But what if we add a horror mod pack on top of that and make a creepypasta about being stuck in the sky? Alright. Crafting table. Alright. I think it's not much we can. Alright. Oh, there's a village? Holy shit, there's an actual village. We have some salvation! Oh, we can't make that jump on our own. We have to use our blocks. Okay, this is actually really cool. Alright. I actually have something to work with here. Oh, there's actual, like, thingamabob in there. Alright. Okay, we can make options. What controls here? Keybinds. I need to launch prioritize real quick. Input, output, keyboard manager. Turn on. Alright. In F-17, impossible. Yeah. It's quite interesting trying to navigate here. That proper terrain. Leather worker? Nice. I loot you, thank you. Ooh. Okay, what do you have here? Gold ingots. Pants. Appearance settings. Alright. Alright, there you go. Okay, so we have some proper terrain here, but not much food. Yeah, please. No. I need actual, like... Where is it? Open. Or manager. Oh, come on. There we go. Alright. Sorry. Oh, there's a dungeon right there. Because we need it, sorry. Alright. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay, ooh. There's a curse of vanishing, got it. Yep. Alright. What's with y'all? Come on. Alright. No. There you go. Let's see here. Interior upgrade. Alright. Upgrade again. There's 2 discs. Okay, diamond horse armor. Hmm. 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 Name tag, okay. Alright, alright. Shit. Okay. Second village up here. Diamond. Yes. Diamonds. Let's go. I don't think horse armor would be useful here, so. Very least we have a pickaxe. Alright. At least we have something. Oh. It's the same village. Oh, gee. Right here we're gonna put home. Alright, there we go. Meet at home. Alright. Yes, you are. Are you judging me? Y'all better not be judging me. You better not be judging me. You don't judge me either. Also, nice to meet you. Nice to meet all of you. Yes, I know I took one of your homes and it's rude of me, but I needed help. Alright? Is it me or the game auditors? Oh shit, yep. Why did it not? Yeah, my PC crashed and I completely forgot to change. I guess to turn off my audio as well. I don't fucking know. But yeah, sorry. Oh yeah. I'll say. I think the novelty just worn off. This mod. If Tigger. Oh fuck. Alright. If I cannot launch this normally, then I'm gonna have to reinstall them in the jar again. Yep, I'm gonna have to reinstall it. I got to an instance. Right. It's all monitored. I had to install again. Alright, now I'm gonna launch it again. No, I don't actually change anything in mod except just ending the gender mod. So I don't know why it's free. I'm thinking that some with updating essentials, that's actually breaking the mod. Essentials is somehow breaking the mod, so that's the only thing that I can conclude. Update essentials. Here's the thing here's my working theory about this. If I update essentials on one version, it actually breaks breaks a mod or mod pack on another version of Minecraft that I have, or basically on another instance of Minecraft. That's my working theory. Wings. And outerwear. Back. Basic backpack. Arms. Shoes. Articles. Man. Alright. I'll see. Alright. Options. Video settings. Borderless VSync on. 30 FPS. All 509 vintage. Okay. Alright. Sorry if it's gonna take a while. I am making sure everything is set properly because I had to these resource packs. Okay, everything seems good. Let me shaders. Alright, make it ultra shaders. There we go. Alright. All right. All right, proceed. Voice chat, just Zoom. Bottom left emote. Bottom middle emote. Right emote. Alright. There we go. Mod list. Jump. Sprint. J, okay. FOV. Oh. Oh, there we go. That's a lot better. Oh. Alright, there we go. Options. Um, Chase link. TBS move. Hard mode on. Okay. Disable structures. Okay. Alright, there we go. Options, controls, keybinds. Shader pack, toggle shaders. Shader pack. Alright. Alright. Let's see here. Let's try to get some materials. Alright. I forgot. We need to make sure that it's properly running. Here we go. Alright, there we go. Oh. What? Oh, yeah. Let me make sure. Hydrate. Alright. There you go. Hold on, did I just grab a few blocks? I just grabbed one. Oh. We convert that to. All right. What? Video settings. And blah 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 blah. General. Advanced. Yeah. Neck crack. Shit. And 2. All right. Fuck me. Oh. Chat, I just felt my entire digestive system contract for a bit. Ow. Fuck. Christ in the half. Alright. Alright. Option controls, keep on. Oh. Cooked. Okay, chat, I had to. Alright. Alright. I am so fucking paranoid. If you need a friend to talk to. Message. Okay, that is weird. I'm here to help. What is happening? Okay, that's something. Lost our initial base though, so there's that. Could have just, if I didn't think to port over it, but I think it's good. It's a good thing, so we can just start over. All right. Lower down. Oh shit. All right. Oh wait, I still have enough to. Okay. We're in the Stone Age. Alright. Where to? Oh, there it is. Something like that. Where can I start? You know what? I'm gonna go with the bucket and just... start with here. Oh, oh, okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright. 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 Hmm. Oh boy. Hold on, the stream avatar is PS3 working yet? Yep, it's working. Work. Alright, hopefully if we're at 17. Alright. Go. Alright. Right to Oopsie. Come on. Alright. What? That's creeper. Yeah, that's a creeper. Leave me alone, creeper. Leave me alone. Yes. Ahead. Fuck you. Alright, that's that. Also, Ryan, I hope you sleep well. Love you, Blitzy. What's me? Okay. Nothing. God. Real quick. Okay. Okay, there's nothing here. Okay, did we just reach a... It looks like that there's more to the cave past the lava, but... I guess I'm sure. Oh no, it's dead end. Shit. Alright. 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 Dying. Boom, dead. Dead. Okay. Anywho. I think I'm all booked out for today, so... Alright, let me quit the game real quick, then... I can bring this. No, activity, go back. Go back, please. Please go back for me. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, they want you to go over there. Thank you. Alright. But yeah, I'm a little bit for the gaming and all that. That makes sense. I think I'm just gonna just relax for the rest of the night. And yeah, pretty much it. As for like tomorrow, it's just gonna be like a chill stream. We're gonna be doing YouTube reactions. Just hanging out. That being said, I just want to say thank you everyone for joining today's stream. My name is Brandon Mitz. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of video game chat with me as well as I draw art, and I'm thinking I'm gonna just take a break from coding a bit because I'm a little burnt out with that. I promise I'll get back into coding, but it's like I think I just dove deep into it and just like burnt myself out from it. So it's unfortunate on that, but I'm gonna take a little bit break from that with, and then when I come back, I have renewed sense of passion and ambition to continue coding. And as for 3D modeling, I'm still like trying to get the grasp of it, but yeah, it's a bit difficult. But anywho, that being said, just again, I just want to say thank you everyone for joining today's stream. Thank you for everyone for watching today's YouTube VOD. And that being said, I gotta get going now, Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back.